They'll stop him behind the line for a loss of 1. The Longhorns will line up to punt it away. On to kick now for the 5th time today. Oh, and he's got some space here. And the returner brought down by the coverage team. Here comes the Sam Houston offense on the field. Defense got a big 4th down stop in the last possession. Let's see what happens here. He's escaping the pocket now. Slides down to avoid the tackle. The Bearcats come to the line in the hurry up. Looking to pass here on 2nd down. Grab near the sticks. It's Rodriguez. They make the tackle, but that's an excellent gain. Moves the ball to the 33. Fresh set of downs for the offense. 1st down.
Well, we saw a lot of this in the 1st half. They go right back to him again. We can see the 2nd half, that same trend continuing. If I'm the defensive coordinator, I'm rolling my coverage. Get a corner up in his face and put a safety back behind him. Some kind of double coverage to slow this guy down.
2nd down, we're going to throw it. It's a screen pass complete to the running back. They bring him down, but not before he gains 1st down yardage. And the Bearcats come to the line to start a fresh set of downs.
Well, it's so easy to get caught up in the receivers and the quarterback, and your eyes get lost. You forget about the running back. Nice catch and a 1st down for this offense.
They bring down the receiver, but that's a nice gain on that play. Here comes a crucial 2nd down play. Every yard tough to find down here in the red zone. And the ball is handed off out of the shotgun. Tackle is made at the 8-yard line. It'll be 1st and goal right there. And the Bearcats hoping to punch it in here. They have 1st and goal. Here's the handoff on 1st and goal. And he's tackled down at the 4-yard line. Defense getting pushed back. And 2nd down and goal now for this offense. And he's got it again. The junior able to bring him down quickly. They break the huddle on 3rd and goal. Field goal doesn't do much good here. And the quarterback drops back looking for an open man. Launching one to the end zone. And it's caught. Touchdown, Bearcats.
Well, what a job by the offensive coordinator going to that 5 wide receiver set, creating the one-on-one matchups, finding the most favorable matchup, and then going to that receiver for the score.
Now the important point after attempt. And there's the point after. Looks like they're lining up to attempt an onside kick. It looks like the hands team are able to recover the football. Okay, the Texas offense comes back out on the field. They had to punt the ball last time. Now they're looking to add points, build on this lead. Catch made on the sideline, and he stays inbounds. Important 2nd down play coming up. Handoff to the back. They'll keep the clock moving. And they'll stop him after a short gain. Offense been in reverse here. Now a long way to go to convert this 3rd down. Snags the quick throw. Finding some room at the 25. Takes it all the way to the house. Touchdown, Texas. Simple throw, all the yards after the catch. Explosive play by the receiver to score.
Just a dynamic, athletic playmaker. As simple as you said, Chris, just throw him the football, he makes a catch, and then all the fireworks are after the catch. And this defense just unable to corral him.
And now the try here for the extra point. Extra point up and good. A 3-touchdown lead now here in the final quarter. Kickoff team is on the field to boot this one away. And here's the return from inside the 5. And he's tackled at the 21. That's where the drive will start. Sam Houston's offense back out there now. Looking to throw it on 1st down. Trying to create outside the pocket now. Quarterback gets down to avoid the big hit. The Bearcats come to the line to run the hurry-up. Quarterback looking to throw it on second down. And they hit him just as he releases the ball. It's incomplete. So ball at the 30. This is a manageable third down play for the offense. Looking to pick up the first down through the air. Another pick. Wow, that's the fourth tonight. And that's a solid return after the interception.
Oh, you feel terrible for this quarterback. He's played well all year. He's trying to make a play, trying to force it into coverage because they need points at this point in the game to try to advance into the next round of the playoffs. Puts it into coverage, and that's probably going to do it.
The Longhorns offense takes the field. Takes the handoff. It's Cabrera. And they'll bring him down after just a short pickup. Second down after that run on the previous play. Second down. Same tailback, another carry. And a decent gain there before the defense brings him down. And that's the 2-minute warning. And this offense looking to run out the clock and secure an impressive win here today. Finds that big tight end for a short pass. Ball carrier heads out of bounds, but the pickup is good enough to move the chains. First down. From the shotgun, it's a handoff. Bites off a defender.
That's the mark of a well-coached team. These guys don't even pay attention to the score. They're just out there executing and churning up yards. Good, solid run there as this clock continues to wind down. This offense has had a great day.
They're going to run it. They bring him down, but that's a solid gain on the play. Longhorns will line up now. It's first and goal. First and goal, handoff. They finally corral him at the 1. Let's see if the offense can punch it in on second and goal. Brings up second and goal. Of course, in the playoffs, it's survive and advance. This is a crucial W. Great performance, but now the stage gets even bigger. The challenges will continue going forward.
Yeah, more and more pressure will grow as this team continues to win football games. But you and I have been around this team all year long. So impressed with the emotions and how they're able to contain themselves, stay focused on the task at hand. They did that again today. They advance. Cannot wait to watch and see what they can do next week.
And that is going to wrap it up. We enjoyed this one here. For Kirk Herbstreit, I'm Chris Fowler, and this has been another presentation of EA Sports College Football.
Glad to have you with us from Fort Worth, Texas, today at Amon G. Carter Stadium, and we will see who comes out victorious in the Lockheed Martin Armed Forces Bowl. While this game caps off the regular season, how that season is remembered will be impacted greatly by what happens in this game. As we'll see a team from the Pac-12, the North Texas Mean Green. Team out there ready to tee it up in this bowl game. From inside his own 10, let's see what he gets. Just never had a chance to shake loose, and he'll be brought down at the 24. The Broncos offense will have the first possession of the game. Here he comes, and obviously defense is always going to be aware of a quarterback, but boy, he finds a way to put defenses on their heels all the time, David.
I mean, what can't he do? He's got the weapons, he's got the confidence, he's got the experience. Jesse, these kind of guys are so hard to defend.
You're right. They better be able to find a way to get pressure on him, because if they don't, this is going to be a long day.
Nice, solid form tackle from this sophomore. After trying the running game, let's see if they do it again on second down. He'll do it himself. They bring him down, and he's going to lose a yard on that one. Now facing a third and long. From the gun, wants to pass. Fires to the middle. Oh, what a grab by the defense. Didn't have a lot of room to run after the pick, but he's done his job. They have it at the 44.
All right, it's early, but it's just one drive, right? You got to put this behind you. It isn't how you wanted to open up. It isn't how you wanted to start. This offense has got to go to the sidelines, get with the coach, settle down, and figure out the game plan for the rest of the game.
Offense getting set for first down. They move the tight end all over. Use the play fake, now to throw. He's going to take a shot right away. Complete to the right. Strikes the blow. Run out of bounds after the long game, but they've got it now first and goal. He's looking to pass. He makes the catch in the end zone. Touchdown, North Texas.
Speed kills this offense. They've got multiple guys that can burn you. You can see it doesn't take them long to light up the scoreboard.
And it looks as if they've buzzed down. Replay wants to have another peek at that last play. And the play will stand after the replay booth just does a little double checking to make sure. And the extra point is good, and it's 7-0. This offense prides itself on going after you, and they did with that long touchdown pass to finish off a two-play drive. Looking for an alley from inside his own 10. And the return man reaches the end of the line, and down he goes. The Bronco offense back out there ready to give it another spin. Boy, they hope this next drive is more productive after throwing a pick last time, Jesse.
Yeah, and the coaches did a good job on the sideline there, just talking to the young quarterback and making sure he's able to turn the page, calm him down, to go out and refocus this drive.
Yeah, and some people do that better than others, but you got to show some trust in him. Maybe get the ground game going, help around him a little bit with this system.
A third and long coming up here. From the gun, wants to pass. Unloads to the wideout. Got a wide open receiver. He's run out of bounds, but not before. Turning in a big pickup and moving the sticks for a first down. The Broncos come to the line with a new set of downs. Off the play fake on first down to throw. He finds his man. One thing I've noticed from talking to coaches about their approach to bowl games is how many of them use it as a springboard for next season. They try to focus on developing some of the new guys, maybe, that have joined them for the bowl practices.
I mean, you get 15-plus extra practices. You start to play and experience more as young guys. The older guys get a little bit more rest. But, yeah, you're building the future. You're building the foundation. You're working on your technique. And you know what? You also get to have some fun. I think that's important for team building, is having fun at your location, doing the different things together to start to build that unity that will make a big difference in the future.
Yeah, there's a saying in college football that your freshman year, when you get to bowl season, you're no longer a freshman. A lot of players grow up, you get the extra practices mentally, and from a confidence standpoint, you turn the page. I can remember back to my true freshman year, we were getting ready to play Penn State. We had a lot of NFL talent in my freshman class, and everybody just seemed to grow a foot taller. They were playing with a different intensity level that really paid off for us the next year.
Good, right down the boulevard.
How nice is it as a head coach to have a kicker like this? It makes these decisions on fourth down so much easier. Just strut him out there and let him stroke it through the uprights.
So the kickoff team is out there ready to boot it away after putting up a field goal. Let's see what the defense can do. Here he comes from inside his own 5. He was looking for some running room, but not much to be found as he stopped at the 18. North Texas takes possession. The Mean Green offense will return to the field. And it's incomplete. If you're going to take a hit like that, you might as well hang on to the ball. Offense gets set for second down. The back goes in motion. Nice move to pick up yardage. You know, sometimes even a short game like that can be used to set up something bigger later on.
No doubt, Reese, they can pump that and take a shot down the field. And don't worry, they're going to go back to that same play because they know this guy with the ball in his hands is dangerous. He makes one guy miss, he can take it to the house.
Throws to the wideout. Wide open downfield. That is exactly what you're looking for when you talk explosive plays. The defense finally able to make the stop. Moving the running back, trying to get the D to tip its hand. A shot toward the end zone. Fires into a world of traffic and it's picked off. And the senior just took that one out of the air and sends it the other way.
Sometimes the quarterback puts that zip on it, and you can hear it. Sometimes he uses the lob wedge where it takes a little time to get there. That time, he used the lob wedge. The defender came in and made the interception. Big play for this defense early.
Boise State ready to send out that offense. You want to talk about having a weapon to bail out a drive? David, that's why kickers are so important after that long field goal.
And listen, important is a relative term. We need to make longer passes and get better gains so we don't have to kick long field goals, Palmer, again on offense.
And they've got the weapons to do that, David. They just got to be able to dial those plays up. Guys have to be able to make them one-on-one to make life easier on this kicker, who is so important to this team.
They'll snap this one from the 32. It's first down. Use the play fake. Now to throw. Caught over the middle. It's Spears. They get him at the 42, but he picked up 10 there. Here's this offense with a fresh set of downs. Now they'll try the right side. And he'll pick up 1. It brings up 2nd and 9. Win with the running game on first down, now back at it. He wants to throw here on 2nd down. Get it out on the screen. Finally run out of bounds, but he has this offense rolling with a first down. A new set of downs after the completion. Looking to move it through the air. Grabbed over the middle. It's Spears. He stopped just a chain link or 2 away from the first down and sets them up beautifully here. Looking to pass on 2nd down. Fires to the big fella. And they reacted well to the completion, but it was too late to keep them from getting the first down. And the Broncos will snap it on 1st and 10. fires to the wideout. Touchdown, Boise State! And they made it to the house when they found that 6 points waiting on them. Man, he didn't just put it on his numbers. If he were throwing it at a front porch, he would have put that right in the keyhole. What a precise pass.
Right in the keyhole, right on the button, right on the face mask, whatever it was. Great throw, great timing. Nice job by the quarterback.
He'll try to tack on one more. And the extra point gives them a 3-point lead at 10-7. They march 79 yards on the drive. He'll start the return inside his 5. He was hoping for something a little more dynamic, but they get him on the ground at the 20. North Texas sends the offense back onto the field. After that last pick, David, they really need to take care of the ball this time.
No doubt. And Palmer, I want to know what Spurrier said to you on the sideline after the pick.
Do that again, and you'll be right here beside me for the rest of the game. You got to go out. You got to call your plays. And I hope this coaching staff isn't going to be afraid to throw at this drive.
He's dropped behind the line of scrimmage. That'll be a loss of 3. You make up the game plan and not a lot on the play sheet for this. 3rd and long from inside their own 20. From the gun, wants to pass. And that defense gets to him, and down he goes at the 9.
You got to give the defense tons of credit because we know how much speed this quarterback has. That time you saw the pursuit. They were able to bring him down for a big loss on the sack.
North Texas will have to punt it away. 3 and out, and not much choice but to get rid of the ball. So from the shadow of his goalpost, he gets the punt away. Boy, that seemed to be prime return territory, but instead he'll set the offense up with great field position. Hand off from the shotgun. How about those sweet twinkle toes-like moves as he gets to the 38? Got 6 on first down. Now a lot of options on 2nd and 4. He's looking to throw. Unloads to the wideout. Got his man. They make the stop, but not before he sets them up with a 1st and goal from the 10.
Yeah, and the quarterback knew exactly where he wanted to go with the football, had time, spins the ball deep. Nice job by this offense, understanding what the defense is giving them and creating the explosive play.
Relentless, tough running, gets it down to the 4. 6-yard pickup on first down, leaves him with 2nd and 4. Tries again to get it in. He works his way ever closer all the way down to the 1-yard line. This whole red zone offense thing has been a little shaky. They've been stopped twice already. He snares it in the end zone. Touchdown, Broncos.
And 3rd and goal, I'm giving it to my playmaker. You let your quarterback make this decision whether he wants to run it in or right here he sees the opportunity. His guy's wide open, hits him in stride for the easy touchdown.
Getting set for the point after. And with the extra point, they're now up by a touchdown and a field goal at 10. The kickoff team out there and ready to go. The returner's going to try to see what he can get. And the coverage team able to make the tackle. North Texas takes possession. The Mean Green offense will return to the field. Boy, 3 and out last time, David. They'd like to be more productive this time around.
Yeah, in the last drive, nothing really clicked. No rhythm, got off the field really quickly. They need to put something together here.
Yeah, David, bad execution on that last drive. So they got to take a collective breath and start playing like a unit on this drive.
And the defense settled in to stop that one for a short gain. North Texas in the hurry up. On 3rd down, he'll try to pick it up through the air. Didn't have much of a choice, just had to throw that one away. It'll be 4th down. North Texas will have to punt it away. He'll try to really get into this one. He only needs a sliver of daylight. He did a great job finding some running room on that return and was able to set up the offense with good field position. Wants to throw on 1st down. Looking down the middle. And that incomplete pass caused by the big hit on 1st down. 2nd down coming. After the misfire, it's 2nd down. He's looking to throw. Fires to the tight end. And he's knocked down immediately, but not before he moves the chains. They'll throw it on 1st down. He's got it on the move. Good throw and catch. Takes it down to the 5 as the offense tries to cash in. On 2nd down, just keeps firing. He makes a grab, and he will score! Touchdown, Broncos! The offense did exactly what it's supposed to do with a start like that one.
When you're set up with that field position, you're thinking touchdowns. You're not thinking field goals. It's exactly what the offense does. It takes advantage of great field position.
Lining up for the PAT. And with the extra point, they now have a 3-possession lead at 17. Lining up to cover the kick after that touchdown drive.
North Texas, 7.
He'll bring it back from inside his 5. Didn't find any crease in that kickoff coverage, and he'll be stopped at the 17. North Texas sends the offense back onto the field. The last time we saw this offense, we had to look quick. It was a 3-and-out, Jesse. And that pass picked off. Bringing it back. And he was weaving his way and finally brought down around the 23-yard line.
This is obviously not a great start for this quarterback here. 2 interceptions already in this game. He's got to do a much better job with his decision-making.
A great spot to start this drive for the offense. Looking for a physical attack from the gun. A most efficient pickup of 6 on 1st down. It's 2nd and 4. The Broncos looking to take advantage of this red zone trip. Quarterback on the keeper. Nowhere to run on that one. He loses 4 on the carry. Facing 3rd and long from the 21 and hoping not to settle for a field goal. They're setting up the screen. Headed to the end zone. Touchdown, Boise State. What a grab and go for the score. A quick strike, just as we expected.
Yeah, and quick strikes are easy when you got such a great field position. Obviously, when the offense starts in such a good spot, puts the defense in a bad position, and the offense takes advantage.
Lining up to tack one more onto that lead. The kick is up and good and put one more on the lead. Almost ready to kick it away after scoring the touchdown.
31, North Texas, 7.
He'll bring it out. I know he thinks he can house every return, but sometimes you just have to take a knee as he stopped at the 14. They're going to throw it to start the drive. Catch in the middle. It's Martinez. They make the stop after the catch and still some work to do to pick up that 1st down. Off the play fake. Looking to take a shot. And here's the 3rd interception of the night.
Back-to-back possessions, 2 forced turnovers, 2 interceptions. Defenses are salivating. That gets you excited. I'm the next guy trying to make a big play. I'm bragging about it if I've already got one pick. If I'm the other guys, I'm like, wait a minute, I got to get me one too.
State has it back, ready to go to work on offense. They'll go to the counter. Really nice stop there from this senior leader after picking up a couple at 2nd and 8. On the option. Now the pitch. On the move at the 30. And that's what this option will do to you. They got the pitch man free, and he was off to the races.
Great tough running by the running back, low to the ground, continues to drive his legs and push the pile to get that first down.
Comes out throwing on 1st down. Touchdown Broncos! And they add 6 more to the board with that trip to the house.
And it's now the 2nd time this wide receiver has scored. Another outstanding job with the route. Great job securing the catch.
On to attempt the try. And with the extra point, they push the lead out a little further. About to kick it away after scoring the touchdown.
38, North Texas, 7.
On the move from inside his 5. Not a lot of space to be found. Good hustle by the coverage team, and they stop him at the 21. North Texas takes possession. The Mean Green offense will return to the field. Finds his big tight end. And that defense pushing him out of bounds after a short gain. Let's see what they've got on 2nd down.
2nd down.
He's looking to throw. He's got his man. That one could really put this drive into high gear as they have a 1st down at the 37. Motion from the offense. They'll throw it on 1st down. It's complete to the right. And the defense coming with bad intentions. They knock him down for a loss. Looking to throw it again. Complete. He's brought down, but there's a flag on the field. Let's see what the call is.
Personal foul. Roughing the passer. Defense.
I bet it felt good to hit that quarterback late until you got an earful from the coach and cost your defense 15. Give to the running back. Got room at the 35. He works his way inside the 30 down to the 29 and picks up a 1st down. North Texas really has it going on offense. Motion trying to get the defense to show his hand. Pulls it and fires to the left. They stop him almost immediately. Short gain there and still a little ground to cover to pick up the 1st. On 2nd down, he'll let it fly. Gets it out quickly. And they'll bring him down, but not before he picks up the 1st down. North Texas doing business from the red zone. He'll pull it on the read. Got some room, headed to the goal line. And he'll finish the run at the end zone. Touchdown, Mean Green.
And these design QB runs, man, they really test the physicality of this defense. Knowing this quarterback's going to tote the rock, they know that there's now an extra blocker, so somebody on defense is going to have to make a superhuman effort, get off a block and make a play. They could not get that done right.
Lining up to add another.
Kicker is on for the extra point.
And it's up and good. They marched 58 yards for the touchdown on that one. And it was capped off with an impressive 16-yard run for the score. From inside his own 10, he'll try to help out their field position. Not a lot of space to be found. Good hustle by the coverage team, and they stop him at the 21. From the gun, the running back has it. Keeps it moving for a 3-yard gain to the 24. After the 3-yard pickup, they come to the line 2nd and 7. Here's a quick throw out to the left. And good coverage by the defense, just a short gain. Fairly manageable distance here on 3rd down from the 27. Moving, keeping the eyes downfield. He gets the job done, picking up the first down, then getting down. As they get set to snap it, time winding down here in the quarter. Leaves it with the back. Plows through the defense. And he'll get back to the line of scrimmage, and we'll get ready to change sides for the second quarter. They got nothing on the last play. It's 2nd and 10. That's the end of the quarter, and Boise State has the lead. More importantly, we have an early barn burner here. Both teams firing on all cylinders, as our stats will show you. If you like offense, this second quarter is probably going to be a game for you. He's looking to throw. Fires to the wideout. Complete to the right. Good pick up there. They'll move the chains, and they're set up at the 41. Now on the option. A strong tackle and wrap up from the junior. Picked up 2 yards on that last one. They need 8 on 2nd down. Trying play action. Throws to the wideout. A strike downfield. There to make the tackle, but the big throw is good enough to give them a first down. Now from inside the red zone. Throwing right. He's got it. And he'll step out of bounds just short of the goal line. Almost a touchdown, but not in there yet. Keeping it on the ground on 1st and goal. And he takes it in for the score. Touchdown, Broncos! Up and over, Yamo be there into the end zone.
And you don't want to leave your feet very often in football, but this is one of those areas where you do. In the end zone, near the goal line, you smell a lot of bodies in front of you. Just get up, get over top of them, get that touchdown.
And with that extra point, the lead remains in the gargantuan category. About to kick it off after punching it in for the touchdown.
North Texas.
On the run from inside his own 5. He was hoping for something a little more dynamic, but they get him on the ground at the 20. North Texas sends the offense back onto the field. There's certainly still a hill to climb, but they've got to make sure these drives pay off. Got a touchdown last time. Can they back it up here?
Well, and it's amazing in a football game how sometimes they'll surprise you with what you do. Once you get settled and you realize what's going on, now I'm comfortable with it. Jesse, this offense looked comfortable on its last drive.
They sure did. It looked like they started to find some momentum. So now it's on this defense to stop that, all right? You're a little bit upset based on what just happened the previous drive. You've got to bow up again and go back to what was working earlier in this game.
He leaves it with his back.
And a lot of times you want those big plays. You want those splash plays. But sometimes you're going to take some losses. You're not going to run the football overly well. But if you continue to run it, you can at least create some balance. You at least have the threat of it. Otherwise, you're just going to abandon it, and now it's just going to be a passing game.
And they'll finally get him down after a terrific pickup. They'll run it from the gun. You'll take 4 yards on 1st down every time, 2nd and 6. Gonna run it. It's Finley. They bring him down, and he's gonna lose a yard on that one. It's 3rd down, and they have to get it to the 42 to move the sticks. From the gun, wants to pass. Using the quick game. They make the stop, but the sweet rolling catch is plenty to give them a first down. Here's this offense with a fresh set of downs. Got it behind the line. It's Jordan. He's brought down, but he went backwards after that completion, not the way they had it drawn up. He's back to throw on 2nd down. Gets it out fast. The defense wouldn't let him loose, and even though it's a completion, they lost yardage.
3rd down coming up.
On 3rd and long, a check down would be the last resort. And he got smacked just as he released the pass. It's incomplete. North Texas will have to punt it away. They'll look to pin him deep. Make sure that there's not going to be a return on this one. Ball's out of bounds, and I think they'll mark it right around the 25. catch in the middle. It's Spears. And he's able to shed one tackle and gets a pretty good pickup. Kept it on the ground last time. Let's see if they go back to it on second down. They'll run it from the gun. He'll move it up to the 37-yard line, and it'll be a first down. Here's this offense with a fresh set of downs. They'll ride the hot hand. He's there to make the stop. Got stuffed on first down. It's 2nd and 10. It's a draw. He's dropped behind the line of scrimmage. That'll be a loss of 3. They line up with some serious work to do if they want to convert this one. Got away from trouble and got rid of it. Trying to pick up the first out of the backfield. And the Broncos will call on their punt team. He's going to try to flip the field with this one. Signals for the fair catch, and that's where they'll put it in play just outside the 20. North Texas takes possession. The Mean Green offense will return to the field. That last drive fizzled out, Jesse. They had to punt it.
Yeah, they did. And, David, they're just going to have to do a better job this time around erasing the mental mistakes.
And just trying to solve the defensive riddle, understanding what they're trying to do to you and attack them.
Now on second down. Now the play fake. They're trying to get to it. That pass is incomplete, and they might be fortunate it wasn't knocked free for a fumble. It'll be third down. From the gun, wants to pass. Got it in the middle, it's Martinez. Nice job to get it past the sticks and then get him down at the 35. They'll go to the ground. Good pickup on the ground, and they'll mark him down at the 39. Solid pickup of 4 on first down. It's 2nd and 6. He's looking to throw. Well, guys, bowl season is here. Always fun to get these non-traditional matchups that you don't see regularly. What do you guys remember about playing in a bowl?
I think you remember all the season throughout your career, and then it's the one last time. But another thing, too, I love the swag bags, personally. I love getting the gifts.
Yeah, I mean, to me, David, really, it was thinking about the tradition and history of these bowl games. I think that's one of the best things about college football. We're in an era today where bowl games don't matter as much as they did back when you and I played.
Deep shot for the end zone. And they can't hook up on the big play, and that brings up a fourth down. North Texas will have to punt it away. And that is how a punter helps out his defense, pinning them deep in their own territory. The Bronco offense back out there ready to give it another spin. They'll wrestle him down just short of the first down. I don't even think they're going to bring out the chains to measure this one. And here comes the offense on second down. Steps away. And the quarterback caught up to and sacked at the 12.
Well, we knew coming into this game, this defense had some matchups they felt really good about up front, and they won one right there, getting to the quarterback, creating a negative play, and they're going to need these guys to start winning more of those because they are finding themselves in a hole here early in the game.
So 3rd and short from inside the 20. You convert here, and this drive takes on a different complexion. From the gun, wants to pass. Unloads to the wideout. It's caught. A quick tackle made, but he's got plenty for the first down. The Broncos come to the line with a fresh set of downs. Off the play fake on first down to throw. Flushed out of the pocket. Trying to escape and get it himself. A really nice run and gain, and he gets down to avoid taking punishment. And the Broncos are on the move. Off play action. Fires to the wideout. He's got it. Defense on skates that time. They finally drag him down at the 42. They'll give it to the back. And a good, solid pickup before the defense cuts him down. Halfway there on first down, it's 2nd and 5. They'll go right back to the run. And he's knocked down, but not before moving the chains. Offense picking up steam. 1st and 10 from the 31. The give to the lone running back. Not a whole lot of room there. 3 yards maybe, 2nd and 7. Went to the running game on first down. Now here they come again. Throws to the wideout. Got him downfield. Touchdown, Boise State. What a catch and run for 6.
One of the reasons this offense is so exciting to watch, they've got guys that are dangerous after the catch. And if this quarterback gets through his progression, David, hits you in stride, these guys will take it to the house.
Man, it's your job to do the rest, right? You hit me in stride where I don't have to stop running. I don't have to break down. It makes it so easy. The connection between quarterback and wide receiver, you can tell this is a good one, and that's why they got 6 on that play.
They'll try to add another to their lead. And with the extra point, the lead is even bigger. Lining up to cover the kick after that touchdown drive.
52, North Texas, 14.
And he takes this from inside the 5. And the returner will be dragged down. North Texas sends the offense back onto the field. That last drive won't go on the highlight reel after ending in a punt. They'd like to be more productive this time, David.
And I think this offense has to be a little bit more balanced. Find a little balance between the run, Jesse, and working in that pass.
And I think, too, David, it's just going to take a spark. It just takes one play to get this thing picked up and going.
On 2nd down, wants to throw. And good blocking in space out there to give him enough room to pick up the first down. New set of downs after that completion. They'll leave it with him. He stopped after getting a yard out to the 30. Didn't get much on first down. It's 2nd and 9. He's looking to throw. Grabbed in the middle. It's Martinez. How about this backer in pass coverage and bringing the big hit stick with him, too. On 3rd and long, trying to have a big completion here. And man, oh man, he is in the dark tonight. His 4th interception. Just a short return, but that would have been icing on the cake. They've got it first down at the 42. Boise State ready to send out that offense. That last touchdown drive was surgical through the air, Jesse.
It sure was, and that's why this offense is so dangerous, David, because they can score in a hurry because of how efficient they are throwing the football.
And welcome to modern college football. That's what it is. Spread you out, find my playmakers, make quick decisions, and really put defenses in a difficult situation.
Just a short pass to the tight end. And he laid the lumber to stop him from getting the first down. He's looking to throw. A little screen to the running back. They finally get him stopped, but what a good job by that front wall to set up the screen and create some lanes for their running back. He's going to pass. Makes the grab on the left. And he's able to bounce off one tackle for a solid pickup. The Broncos have taken it inside the 20. He'll keep it himself. And he's knocked down, but there's also laundry on the field. We'll see what the officials have called. That penalty moves the ball back 10 yards. We'll replay the down. Here comes the offense on 2nd down. He's looking to throw. Using his legs to buy some time. Just a solid stop by this sophomore. Let's see what they've dialed up on 3rd and long from the 22. They want to throw it. Setting up the screen. They finally get him stopped, but what a good job by that front wall to set up the screen and create some lanes for their running back. Going up top on 1st down. He's got it. He gets it in. Touchdown, Broncos.
quarterback's abilities to read the field is huge, and also the anticipation, the timing. To be able to throw the football, Jesse, and hit a guy in stride so he can get run after the catch and get in the end zone, that was a nice job by the quarterback.
Yeah, it's critical, David. Listen, a lot of times touchdown passes aren't thrown into the end zone. You got to read the coverage, hit the open guy, and let him do the rest.
And the extra point just tacks a little bit more onto this huge lead. Almost ready to kick it away after scoring the touchdown.
59, North Texas.
Here he comes from inside his own 5. Nice job executing all of the assignments as they put a stop to that return at the 22. North Texas takes possession. The Mean Green offense will return to the field. He looks that one in nicely. He's there to make the stop, but the damage has been done as they pick up the first down on the throwing catch. He's looking to throw it. Got his man quickly. And this one will be stopped for no gain. Line getting set on second down.
No gain on the play. Second down coming up.
He's looking to throw. Snagged in the middle. It's Martinez. A huge play, and they get it all the way to the 45-yard line. First down here with time for maybe one more play until the 2-minute warning. Makes the grab. And how about the efficiency on that one? It'll bring up 2nd and 4. We've made our way to the 2-minute warning, and now they'll try to at least cut a little something off of this lead before the break. He's got his man. Excellent job working through the air. They're finding a hole in that defense and picking up a first down. He wants to throw it again. Quick strike complete.
Nice completion here to this wide receiver, and you're going to see this receiver line up in different spots all over the field all game long. Defense has got to keep their eye on where this guy is because they know he's a big part of this offensive success.
You know this sophomore has a big arm, and there were some revolutions on that one. From the red zone, he's going to throw it. Can't quite make the connection there. Might have led him a little too much. Operating in the red zone here on second down. After the incompletion, back to the passing game. And here's the 5th interception by this quarterback. Takes it the other way. And they capitalize not only on the pick, but on the great return to improve this field position.
That's number 2. That's a good year for a lot of people. What a day. Having 2 interceptions already. I might try my hand on the other guy. This guy is not somebody I want to mess with.
Boise State has it back, ready to go to work on offense. This offense has really been clicking in the game so far, Jesse.
No doubt. Everything their play caller is dialing up, these guys offensively have been able to go out and execute.
Yeah, and it's just maintaining the lead. Keep doing what you've been doing. You got a big lead. Let's just keep piling it on until they find an answer.
He wants to throw. Good timing on the quick out. And he goes out of bounds after coming up with positive yardage there. That last completion has him set up, 2nd and short. He's looking to throw. On target. And the completion gives him a fresh set of downs and keeps this drive moving. And the Broncos will snap it on 1st and 10. The offense calls timeout. It's the 2nd one they've used this half. From the 14-yard line, it's 1st and 10. Looking to move it through the air. He's got it on the run. They make the tackle just outside the end zone, but it'll be 1st and goal from the 1. They'll try to pound their way in. And he takes it to the house. Touchdown, Broncos! I mean, the way this team has dominated this game, impressive to say the least.
And it's cool now because you're kicking the credit of them so bad, you start to put the backups in, and all them get to get juice and get to get some playing time, get some feel good. And the other side, well, they're just taking the right to the face.
Lining up to tack one more onto that lead. And with that extra point, the lead remains in the gargantuan category. So they got the touchdown, now going to put it in the hands of their defense to finish off this half. From inside the 10, here he comes. Not a lot of space to be found. Good hustle by the coverage team, and they stop him at the 21. Inside 30 seconds to play in the half. We'll see how aggressive they are on this drive. The lone back's got it. Solid fundamentals on that tackle from this freshman. That's the end of the second quarter. That means it's time to join Kevin in our halftime update.
Reese, hard not to enjoy the pageantry and the meaning of this great game. And, of course, it helps to have had ourselves an eventful first half in the Armed Forces Bowl. Each of these two offenses has looked like well-oiled machines, but it doesn't take a genius to figure out these two passing attacks have run circles around these defenses. Man or zone, nothing seems to be working, and I'm not sure that defensive coordinator is going to be able to figure things out here at halftime. With that said, let's send it back to Reese and the guys for the second half of the Armed Forces Bowl.
We're ready to get it started here in the second half. And he'll bring it back. Nice job by the kickoff team. Everybody stayed in their lanes, and they'll stop him at the 16. North Texas sends the offense back onto the field. He'll start this drive firing. And he just threw that one away. Safe move, didn't see anything, lived to play another play. Gonna run it. It's Finley. That play just never had a chance. They knock him down for a loss of 5. They're about to wear this punter out. He's already been out 4 times, staring at a 5th if they can't move the chains. He's moving out of the pocket. As they say, touchdown, first down, or get down. He gets down. North Texas will have to punt it away. They may have to pay him overtime. He's punting for the 5th time today. He gets a block. They make the stop, and that is exactly what you want out of your punt cover unit. The offense set for a first down play. Use the play fake, now to throw. And they got him. He'll get him down for the sack.
This defense, they are tenacious, and they've got guys up front that are athletic and that are so strong and that can collapse the pocket. You saw it right there in that play action.
After the big first down sack, it's second down. He's looking to throw, trying to get to it. Pressure coming. And he'll chuck it into the cheap seats there and save the down. Nobody getting open there. I'm not positive, but that first down marker might be in the next county. And the pressure gets to him. Down goes the quarterback. On 3rd and long, the blitz pretty much puts the offense out of its misery with the sack.
Yeah, and it's so tough for the offensive line when you get in these situations and you know all these fast athletes are going to be getting after the quarterback. Who's coming, who's not coming. This is why you try to stay out of 3rd and longs, because bad things happen.
The Broncos will try to pin them back with the punt. 3 and out, they got stuck in reverse. They hope the punt can bail them out. No return coming here. Fair catch is signaled for and made just shy of the 30. North Texas takes possession. The Mean Green offense will return to the field. Just working and poking and prodding and finding his way up to the 36. Good spot after that 7-yard pickup on first down. It's 2nd and 3. Give to the running back. That'll move the chains. It'll be a first down for North Texas. Here's this offense with a fresh set of downs. A little pre-snap eye candy for the defense. Feeling some heat. And the defense gets to the quarterback.
This defensive end is an animal. He already has 2 sacks, and we're only in the 3rd quarter. I'd move him around a little bit more defensively so that the offense has no idea where he's lining up. Because right now, man, he is feasting.
Negative play on first down. That's what a defense always wants. The give out of the gun. Finding a way to put that foot in the ground and get it up to the 37-yard line. 3rd down conversions are a huge stat, and this one would be a doozy if they can pull it off. Got it in the middle. It's Finley. And sure tackling there to keep him from getting to the first down marker. North Texas will have to punt it away. They're up to a half-dozen kicks today. Signals for the fair catch and makes it at the 20. The Bronco offense back out there ready to give it another spin. Last time, David, it was 1-2-3 kick.
The last drive, that 3 and out, sometimes that puts your defense in a bad spot, and you got to get a drive together here so you don't wear the defense out.
I just think, David, too predictable, that last drive. They got to do something here to get this defense on their heels.
And it'll be incomplete. This is some physical pass defense. Here they come, trying to convert a 3rd and short from the 28. They've got the screen set up. And they wrap him up, but not before he's got enough for the first down. And the Broncos come to the line with a new set of downs. He'll do it himself. Makes one man miss. And there were no creases or crevices to run through, and they shove him out of bounds. And now on 2nd down for this offense. He's looking to throw. Getting some heat. Not much of a chance there. He just had to get rid of it to avoid the sack. They couldn't make the connection on 2nd down. Now a 3rd and 7 to keep the drive alive. He's looking to throw. Got it set up on the outside. And the defense able to drag him down, but not before they'll recycle that down marker. The Broncos are marching down the field. Receiver looks it in. It's complete.
This quarterback right now is in a groove, and he's doing a nice job in crease now. He's reading the coverage, and he's getting an idea of where he wants to go with the football. That's why the ball's coming out of his hands so quickly, and that's why he seems like he's in a great rhythm.
This offense will snap it from the 42 on 1st and 10. Going to the ground. And they drag him down, but not before he picks up the first down. Here's this offense with a fresh set of downs. Goes to the option. He's brought down, but there's a flag on the play. Let's see if it stands.
Offense.
Just an obvious holding call there, and one that just kills an offense's momentum. Quarterback on the keeper. Crosses the 30, he's got away. And the defense wrestles him to the ground. Here on 2nd down, let's see if they keep it on the ground. He'll pull it on the read. And he's brought to the ground, but not before he gets enough for the first down. This defense just can't get off the field. The offense unstoppable. They'll throw it from the red zone. It falls incomplete. He was trying to find his man for 6. After the misfire, now on 2nd down. On the option. They'll give him a couple that leaves him with 3rd and 8. If they can convert here, that type of play can really give you a shot of momentum. On 3rd down, he drops to throw. Quarterback now breaking the field. Got to protect the merchandise. Gets down without taking a hit. And they'll send the field goal team back out for the 2nd time tonight. Smashes it between the uprights. Well, that's just piling on. Not the penalty kind, just the mean kind. That lead just keeps getting fatter, and this kickoff team doing a little running. He'll start the return inside his 5. He was hoping for something a little more dynamic, but they get him on the ground at the 20. North Texas sends the offense back onto the field. David, the punter got some work last time. They'd like to keep him on the sidelines in this drive.
Yeah, it's not something you want to say very often. You don't want the punter out there. This offense needs to get back lathered up and get a little bit more of a rhythm.
Best way to do that, identify where your best players are and just get them the football. Give these guys some touches to kickstart.
And wait just a second. The official's going to take a second look at this one. And they take another look at the play, but the officials on the field were right, and the play will stand. Coming out on first down with the play fake. He turns that loose down the right side. Incompletion on first down. Now they face a 2nd and 10 from the 31. They'll try to pop the draw. Pushes ahead for a couple. They'll mark it at the 33. They line up, and it is a long way to the sticks from here.
Brings up 3rd down.
3rd and long, and he'll try to throw for it. Looking to the big tight end. Working the middle. And how about that? What the doctor always ordered, an explosive play to the 40. This offense is like running a perfection drill in practice against air. Chunk play after chunk play, and here they come again. Coming after it. And that pressure just engulfed him. A sack for this defense.
And that's a great job by the defense not letting that bird out of the cage. When you can run like this guy can, you got to keep the edge. Did a great job. He went backwards, retreated, gave up some ground. They didn't give up the outside, got the sack on the play.
That's the last thing you want as an offense, a negative play, a sack on first down. They'll move the running back to try to force the defense to adjust. And he's still running after the move. They are finding soft spots in this defense. He's got it down to the 25.
Well, that's why this running game can be so dynamic. This guy is special when he has the football in his hands. He can make people miss, he can run with power, and he also has speed. You saw it on that last play.
He's got an open man. He stopped just short of the goal line at the 1. An explosive play has him set up. The offense showing motion from the tight end, trying to get a read on the D. They'll dial up the run on 1st and goal. Nice, solid form tackle from this sophomore. Now on 2nd and goal. Tries again to get it in. Going right back to the well, and this time he finds water. Gets it into the end zone for the touchdown. Man, did he show some hops for that one.
Some serious vertical right there. I tell you what, everybody in front of you, hey, I'll go by air if I need to. Good job getting in the air, getting the touchdown.
Ready to try the point after.
On for the extra point.
Smashes it. Kick it away after scoring the touchdown.
Boise State, 69, North Texas.
Here's the return from inside his 10. He was hoping for something a little more dynamic, but they get him on the ground at the 20. Boise State ready to send out that offense. That last drive was a long one, Jesse. They'd like this time to pay it off with a touchdown instead of a field goal.
No doubt, Reese. They had a lot of good stuff going that last drive. Need to get a tutty up on the board here to extend that lead, David.
And I think you definitely want a touchdown, but if you put another long drive together, get points, multiple possessions in a row, start to let those body blows add up and wear this defense out.
Brings up 2nd down.
He's going to pass on 2nd down. Starting to feel a little pressure. Picks up the first down and gets down to avoid contact. And the Broncos come to the line with a fresh set of downs. Makes his connection. Tackled immediately after the catch. This offense has a 2nd down play. He'll keep it himself. They bring him down, and he's going to lose a yard on that one. Even if they don't convert, picking up a few would give them a decision to make on 4th down. It's 3rd and long from the 45. Bought a little time, lets it go. Caught over the middle. It's Spears. Now they're starting to feel it. They've got a 1st down at the 44. He's going to pass. Working that left side now. He is delivering the blow while running the ball, and he gets it to the 39. 2nd down coming up. The option look. He'll pitch it. And they'll bring him down after a short pickup. 3rd and short here from the 35. Might take a shot here if this is 4-down territory. Unloads to the wideout. All kinds of room to throw that one in there. They make the stop, but there is a flag on the field. We'll see what that's all about. So the decision has been made, and the coach will take the penalty. This is the 8th play of the drive, and they need 7 yards on 3rd down. Buying some time. He's going to run it. He got a bunch and looked close to getting a lot more, but he's got the 1st down. Here's this offense with a fresh set of downs. To the air on 1st down. Now he's going to glide away from pressure. He turns this into a nice game and gets down to avoid the hit. Defense has to be frustrated. The offense keeps matriculating and matriculating and matriculating the ball down the field. He's got it and still on his feet. That completion will take it close to the 5-yard line. They'll mark it at the 6. They'll run the option. And he was fortunate not to lose yardage on that play, able to wedge it back to the line of scrimmage. Tight quarters deep in the red zone, but they can pick up a 1st down without scoring. 3rd down. Just threw that one away to avoid disaster. And they'll run the field goal unit back out there. This kicker has already banged a couple through. And he'll boot one from the right hash. He ought to be able to navigate that angle from this distance. And this one splits the uprights. And that'll add 3 more to a lead that is already way out of hand. They keep pushing that lead out, and the kickoff team's getting some work. He'll bring it back from inside his 5. And the return man has no place to run, no place to hide, and a place to be tackled. North Texas takes possession. The Mean Green offense will return to the field. With the catch, it's Dahl. Stopped at the 24-yard line after the 10-yard gain. 1st and 10 from their own 24-yard line. He's looking to throw it. And this will be incomplete. A big hit there forces 2nd down. Couldn't make the connection last time. Let's see if they throw it again. On 2nd down, he's looking downfield. Got his man downfield. Major gaps in that defense, and he got loose, and they finally knock him down at the 41.
Well, how about the offense setting that play up? We've seen earlier in the game a couple shorter throws. They're just trying to suck those safeties closer to the line of scrimmage, anticipating that they would get an opportunity to take a shot. They called the perfect play at the perfect time right there.
They'll line up for a 2nd down play. They'll give it on the counter. Dances away from 1. They'll stop him at the 31. Let's mark it off at 5 yards, and that will be a 1st down. Pre-snap motion, quarterback trying to get a read. Makes the grab. It's Fenley. And just a short, safe pass play. They pick up a few. Offense gets set for 2nd down. From the gun, the running back looking for room. Able to make the tackle, but not before he gets 5 yards down to the 21. Already in chip shot field goal range at the 21, but this 3rd and short, they're still thinking touchdown. That'll move the chains. It'll be a 1st down for North Texas. They put this ball on lockdown. 8th play of the drive coming up. Leaves it with the back. And maybe he'll get back to the line of scrimmage, but no more than that. Time winding down in the quarter as they come to the line. Handoff from the gun. And he's brought down after a solid gain, and that'll be the final play of the 3rd quarter. That's the end of the quarter, and Boise State has the lead. This has been a complete obliteration so far, as the 3rd quarter stats will show you. So will the beatdown continue, or is this a comeback for the ages in store? We'll see as we start the 4th. Wants to throw on 3rd. He's got it in the end zone. Touchdown, North Texas.
Hey, good for them. They put together a drive. They got a touchdown. It's been a bad day. I mean, this is a day they're going to want to forget. They're getting destroyed, but at least you get some positive vibes. Maybe finish this game on a little bit of a high note, a little bit.
They'll try to tack one more on their score. Splits those uprights right in half. So a drive there of 85 yards. And they finish it off by connecting from 10 yards out. On the move from inside his 5. He was looking for some running room, but not much to be found as he stopped at the 18. Boise State has it back, ready to go to work on offense. Keeping it on the ground with the single back. He breaks a tackle. He'll be stopped just short of the 20 at the 19, give him 1. Didn't get much on first down. It's 2nd and 9. They'll run play action. And that pass is intercepted. He'll try to take it back. Touchdown, Mean Green. The defense puts 6 on the board with a big-time interception return.
And this defense has had a rough day, but how about this play? Breaking on the football, making the pick, taking it to the house, maybe build some momentum for some future games.
PAT unit on the field. Bangs it through for an extra point. They're lining up to kick it off after the pick 6, and that defense will come out feeling it. On the run from inside his own 5. Really disciplined job by the coverage unit to get down there and make the stop at the 19. The Bronco offense back out there ready to give it another spin. On the move at the 30. They wrestle him to the ground, but he's got plenty for a first down. That's a way to give yourself some breathing room. Now the second play of the drive from the 36. Fighting off the defender. He had all kinds of company as soon as he got it. He had to fight his way back just to get to the line of scrimmage. From the shotgun, the handoff to the back. Good pickup on the ground, and they'll mark him down at the 39. Now facing a 3rd and long. On the option. Now the toss. Gets behind those pads, picks up 4 on the play, but it's still a 4th down and 3. The Broncos line up to punt it away. Pretty solid coverage there, and they'll stop him at the 26. North Texas sends the offense back onto the field. Looking to go up top on first down. Got out of trouble, got rid of it. Grabbed over the middle. It's Finley.
Great job by the quarterback thrown against zone coverage. You cannot telegraph where you're throwing the football. You cannot eyeball wide receivers. So great job by the quarterback using his eyes, not staring down his guy, and then throwing him open.
Faced with a 3rd and short from their own 32 to keep this drive alive.
You know, it's a good decision by the QB because his intended target wasn't open, so throw it out of bounds, and you can live to play another day here on this drive.
Good job running that route to get past the sticks because he got nothing after the catch. Trying to find his man on first down. And it's incomplete. If you're going to take a hit like that, you might as well hang on to the ball. Let's see if they go back to the air on 2nd down. He's looking to throw. Quickly complete. Pick up a 5. They'll need 5 more on 3rd down. Trying to pick up a first down. Looking to throw on 3rd. Wide open downfield. He'll be brought down at the 3-yard line. An explosive play in the passing game has him on the doorstep.
How about that job after the catch on a critical 3rd down? He's able to make people miss. He's able to use his speed. Ball was thrown out in front of him so he could advance it, and all of a sudden, this offense set up 1st and goal.
North Texas will come to the line with a 1st and goal. They'll go to the air. It's complete. And he'll run out of bounds just short of the goal line. Wanted to get it in, but couldn't quite get home.
It's now second and goal.
Gets it out quickly. And he will score. Touchdown, North Texas.
And this has been a rough day for this offense, and finally, some good things to happen. Build some momentum maybe for the future. You know, that's the way the coaches spin it when you're getting beat up and you're getting destroyed. Like, let's find something for the future. Let's keep fighting. Let's keep working. This team's done that, put some points on the board, so it's not all bad.
Now they'll line up for what they hope is automatic. Right down the boulevard. They put together a 74-yard touchdown drive, and it was finished off with a 2-yard touchdown toss.
North Texas, 42.
He'll bring it out from inside his own 10. He was looking for more running room, but none to be found as he stopped at the 23. Boise State ready to send out that offense. They missed an opportunity to extend this lead the last time they had it, Jesse.
Yeah, they got to be able to regain that momentum, right? Go back to what was working earlier on in this one, David. To me, that starts with being the more physical team.
Well, I definitely agree. Being the more physical team, but understanding the situation of the game. You're still winning. You got the football back. Now put a nice drive together and execute.
They can really be aggressive after that last play at 2nd and 3. They'll keep it on the ground.
It's an offense that takes pride in being physical. They try to get it going on the ground, but no gain on that one.
Just nowhere to run. Not a lot of wiggle room for the ball carrier.
This defense came in knowing that they had to match their physicality. Let's see if they can keep it up.
Nice job to pick up the first down, and they'll spot it at the 42. And the Broncos are on the move. He leaves it with the back. And that's a very productive first down play and bringing up 2nd and 3. The give from the gun. He is going nowhere. Stop at the line of scrimmage. 3rd and short here from the 35. Might take a shot here if this is 4-down territory. Catch in the middle. It's Spears. What a nice connection. Knocked down immediately, and they've got it at the 25. To the ground with the back. They pick up half of it. It'll be 2nd and 5. The Broncos look to do some damage in the red zone. Here comes the option. He's dropped behind the line of scrimmage. That'll be a loss of 3. They've got a ways to go on 3rd down from the 24 as this defense tries to force them into a field goal try. And sure, tackling there to keep him from getting to the first down marker. This kicker's leg is getting a workout. He's already made 3 field goals, and here he comes again. Kick is good. The offense has 3 points to show for the drive. And they just tack on a little more to this gargantuan lead. They're really starting to extend that lead as they get ready to kick it away again. Out of the end zone. Just never had a chance to shake loose, and he'll be brought down at the 24. North Texas takes possession. The Mean Green offense will return to the field. He'll come out throwing on first down. Pulls it in on the right. And he was off to the races, and he gets it to the 45.
And this offense has got to kick it in high gear. Now, making a big play, that is great, but we got to go up-tempo. We got to go fast. We're trailing big in this ball game. We got to put a lot of drives together and maybe even get lucky with an onside kick.
Put it right on him. Sweet play, good pickup, and they'll move the chains with the first down. He wants to throw. It's complete to the left. And that corner came in hot despite knowing that he was giving up some size. Quarterback wants to throw on 2nd down. Gets open down the middle. They bring him down, but he's got a first and goal from the 10. On the doorstep of cashing it in for the offense. Wants to throw on first down. He's got the tight end. They get it down to the 7 on that pass play in prime position for a score. He'll run it up the middle, trying to pick his way to the end zone. They get him on the ground at the 3-yard line, but this defense is taking some punches. Trying to make their way to the promised land on 3rd and goal. And they're able to get him down.
A fourth-quarter field goal down by this much, that's a lot like putting a lipstick on the proverbial pig. Doesn't do much to change the looks.
Into the end zone he goes. Touchdown, Mean Green. The result of this game is going to sting for sure, but you've got to continue to build, you've got to improve, and you can take some positives out of this late hustle and build for next week.
There's always positives. The coaches are always looking for those things that we did well. What did we do well so we can do more of it in the future? Finding some things here late that they did well.
He'll try to tack on one more. And it's perfect. So it's a 77-yard touchdown drive and finish the deal with the short touchdown run from the 2. From inside the 10-yard line, he'll bring it back. Just never had a chance to shake loose, and he'll be brought down at the 24. Boise State has it back, ready to go to work on offense. They'll keep it on the ground. The clock is on their side. Picks up a useful 5-yard chunk out to the 30-yard line. Halfway there on first down, it's 2nd and 5. Trying to impose their will with the run. Couldn't find a lane. A pickup of 1 to the 31. Big 3rd down coming from their own 31. Defense tries to get off the field. From the gun, wants to pass. Using the quick game. And he was knocked down immediately short of the line to gain. They'll have to make a decision here. We've reached the 2-minute warning, and this offense is that much closer to salting away a victory. No return coming. He'll call for the fair catch. This drive will start at their own 27-yard line. They'll throw it on first down. Looking left. A strike downfield. Stopped at the 42, but he got 15 yards on the play. One big play, and now they've got it at the 42-yard line on first down. Looking to move it through the air. Pressure in his face, and he lets it fly. Just couldn't find an open man. He'll get rid of it, and it'll be 2nd down. Couldn't make the connection last time. Let's see if they throw it again. He's looking for a man on 2nd down. Got him downfield. Just carving up this defense and getting it down to the 24.
A nice job by the offense there, attacking the middle of the field. Excellent route, finding the soft spot in the defense. Nice job by the quarterback putting it right on his guy.
Comes out throwing on first down. Fires to the wideout. It's caught downfield. Gets out of bounds after the big game, but they've got it 1st and goal. The aerial assault continues. Looking to the end zone. And he can't quite make the connection as he was trying to pay off this red zone opportunity. Dialing up a 2nd down pass play. Nice defensive play to get a hand in there and knock it away. Back-to-back incompletions and likely back to the air on 3rd and goal. From the gun, wants to pass. Just gets rid of it before the heat. Couldn't find anybody open, just threw it away, and that's a smart move. You want to avoid the turnover, especially in the red zone. It'll be 4th down. Lets it fly. And he's got it in the end zone for a touchdown. It won't matter much in the outcome, but a little extra stat padding is nice. He has been surgical, precision passes, using the scalpel, the fine instrument, rather than the blunt one.
The defense has had absolutely no answer for him. Just, he's been down their throats all game long, a step ahead, understanding what he's seeing, and just destroying this defense.
Getting set for the point after. Splits the uprights.
Personal foul. Roughing the kicker. Defense.
The officials offer the deal, and the coach accepts it. They will take the penalty. Cool as a cucumber as the hands team makes a sure catch. He had nowhere to go, no place to hide, and they'll knock him down for a loss of 9. He'll do it himself. They bring him down, and he's going to lose a yard on that one. Didn't get much done on that first play of the drive. It's 2nd and 11. Trying to move them on the counter. Just a solid stop by this sophomore. 3 consecutive L's, a hat trick of losses, and as a result, you can take their hat out of the ring for most of their goals.
Yep, most of their goals are done. And listen, I don't know what they do really well. This is bad. 3 losses in a row. It's not good. They got to figure something out, but it's a long season still. There's still a lot of room to find some positive, Jesse, maybe throughout the way. There's going to be something happens that's positive.
So you're saying there's a chance. I like it. Always positive. Glass half full, David. Listen, I don't think they can fix everything in 1 week. I think this team needs to go back to the drawing board. They need to focus on one specific area of their football team to try to improve on and get this thing going.
That's going to do it for us from here. For Jesse Palmer, David Pollack, I'm Reese Davis, and this has been another presentation of EA Sports College Football. Welcome, everybody, and we are fired up for another sensational college football matchup. Nobody at home today who can stake their claim in this neutral site showdown. There's nothing quite like wrapping up a regular season with a bowl victory. It just leaves a good taste in your mouth going into the offseason. As we see a squad from the Big 12, the Baylor Bears, taking on a team from the Big Ten, the Penn State Nittany Lions. For EA Sports College Football, I'm Reese Davis, David Pollack, and Jesse Palmer with me. Guys, it's time to get it going. Team on the field ready to start this postseason classic. And he takes this from inside the 5. Not a lot of space to be found. Good hustle by the coverage team, and they stop him at the 21. So Penn State's offense is on the field for the first time today. And when you have a quarterback like this guy, the entire offense feeds off of him, David.
Oh, everybody feeds off of his energy, and the whole playbook's open because you can trust on him. He's dependable, Palmer.
He's also one of those guys, if he gets in a good rhythm, watch out. This dude starts firing strikes.
And this set of downs gets started from the 33, 1st and 10. Wide receiver coming across in motion. Gets it out fast. They get him down at the 49, but not before he picks up 15. They've come out with answers on this possession, and now another first down. The pull and throw off the RPO. I get it that the game is the primary thing about going to a bowl, but there are so many festivities surrounding it. Jesse, what do you remember about something you experienced?
There was a lot of pageantry when I think back to the bowl games I played in, and you have functions, you get to visit a brand new city, generally in warm weather, you get to meet the other team, there's some friendly competition. The biggest thing that stands out to me, though, was a street brawl against the Miami Hurricanes. Bourbon Street getting ready for the Sugar Bowl, about 120 deep. Hard to forget that.
Wants to throw on first down off the play fake. Fires to the tight end. Didn't pick up a lot there. Moved it forward just a few. Trying to get a rhythm in the passing game now on 2nd down. He's looking to throw. Finds his man. It's Bannon. Finally pulled down, but not before. Moving the chains for a first down. The Nittany Lions come to the line with a new set of downs. They'll throw it on first down. Unloads to the wideout. He's got an open man. He's there to make the stop, but not before. He sets up this offense 1st and goal from the 7. Back to the air one more time. Reels it in the end zone. Touchdown, Penn State!
Well, you know this offensive coordinator scripts his opening 10, 15 plays, and he didn't even need that. They went 9 plays and scored a touchdown, everything working perfectly. They looked like a well-oiled machine early in this game offensively.
They'll try to add another to their lead. And the extra point makes it 7-0. They march 79 yards on the drive, and they close the deal with the 7-yarder for the score. Here he comes from inside his own 5. And the coverage team gets the returner on the ground. So the Baylor Bears offense taking the field. First chance we have to see them today. As we take a look at our impact players for this game, David, what do you look for to make an impact from your leaders?
Your leaders not only have to lead the football team, but they got to step up and make plays on the field, keep everybody calm. These guys typically do a really good job.
Yeah, David, and they also generally set the tone for their respective football teams. Regardless of which side of the ball they play on, the teammates look towards them to step up in big games like this.
All kinds of room to throw that one in there. And they are pushing the ball down the field. A big pickup on that one. The tackle is finally made. After that last big gainer, they'll put it in play. 1st and 10 from their own 49.
And as a defense, you have to be aware, just because this guy lines up all the way to the right, that doesn't mean he's going to run routes all the way across your face. They lost track of him, and because of that, it was a big explosive play.
Grabbed behind the line. It's Mayer. Tackled, but he has a first down. The Bears are moving quickly down the field. Going up top on first down. Grabbed behind the line. It's Mayer. And a good job in coverage there as they stop it after just a few. Now here on second down, see if they keep tossing it around. He makes the connection. And they pick up just a few on that completion. They make the stop, trying to pick up just a little bit at a time to get to that first down marker. Shotgun snap, wants to throw it on third. Gonna take a shot at this DB. And he'll take it to the house. He got loose. Touchdown, Bears!
This guy is so dangerous because of his speed. He can take the top off the defense, and he did it right there on the post. Great arm talent, getting the throw out in front of him. It didn't matter how many DBs they had deep on that one. I don't think they could have stopped.
Lining up for the PAT. Right down the middle. So a drive there of 85 yards. And the final 34 yards covered by that touchdown pass. He'll start the return inside his 5. Nice job executing all of the assignments as they put a stop to that return at the 22. Penn State sends the offense back onto the field. How about that last drive? Just carved him up in the air, David.
Yeah, and how about that quarterback? You gave him the ball, and he delivered the goods. Great job taking apart the defense, Jesse, on that last drive.
He really did, David. I mean, that was a masterclass in just reading coverage and being accurate.
One-step wrap, two-step squeeze. This junior knows how to get him on the ground. Got 3 on first down at 2nd and 7. He's looking to throw. Got his man quickly. Now they're starting to feel it. They've got a first down at the 44. Here's this offense with a fresh set of downs. Wide receiver now comes in motion. The run from the shotgun. And a really short game before he gets a whole bunch of company from the defense. After the 3-yard pickup, they come to the line 2nd and 7. They bring him down, and he's going to lose a yard on that one. A 3rd and long coming up here. From the gun, wants to pass. Fires left. Hauls it in. And the defense makes the immediate tackle, but he has enough for the first down. The Nittany Lions come to the line with a fresh set of downs. Off the play fake on first down. Just gets rid of it to the running back underneath.
I want to get my running backs the ball in space as much as possible. And sometimes it doesn't work in the running game. But I can throw it to him. I can try to create some space out wide, dump him the football, let him make some catches, and see if I can't get some big plays out of him.
That pass is incomplete, and they're probably fortunate that it wasn't knocked free for a fumble. They're bringing heat. And this sophomore able to wreak some havoc and get the sack.
Man, that's just kind of frustrating for an offense. You move the ball all the way down the field. You got an opportunity on 3rd down, and you can't protect your quarterback. You get the sack, and now it's probably field goal time if you make a field goal.
Now on 4th down, they'll settle for a field goal try. He'll swing that big leg for 3 from 44 yards out. Oh, and the attempt is no good. And after the missed field goal, guys, we are still locked up. Baylor has it back, and here comes the Bear offense. Boy, David, they would love to stack another touchdown on top of that last drive.
And this offense did such a good job on the last drive. Everything in rhythm, moved the ball down the field, didn't make those mistakes, Jesse, and they need to do it again on this one.
Yeah, you're right. They had the defense on their heels. You wonder what sort of communication was going on that sideline. What sort of changes were they able to make, because they got to stop the bleeding right now.
Caught in the backfield. It's Hodges. And a good job of coverage by that defense, just a short pickup. It'll be 3rd and short from their own 33. From the gun, wants to pass. The quick out. He steps out of bounds, but it will be enough for a first down. Fresh set of downs after the completion. He's going to pass. Didn't have much of a choice there, but to get rid of it. Let's see what they've got on 2nd down. Wide out in motion. Keeps it on the bootleg, looking to throw. Pocket starts to collapse. And this sophomore able to wreak some havoc and get the sack.
When it's a play-action pass, that quarterback, he really has to sell the fake. He can't tell his offensive lineman's getting beat right away while he's selling the fake. He had no shot.
Ball's at the 29. Defense can taste getting off the field. It's 3rd and long. He's looking downfield to throw. Just a little off. Incomplete. And the Bears will punt this one away. Here's the return. Returns like that are why you don't settle for the fair catch if you don't have to. Picks up just a little bit of yards to help out the Oak. From the gun, they'll try to impose their will. And he fights his way forward, gets away from one, but not much doing on that one. They got nothing on the last play. It's 2nd and 10. The give to the tailback. Shakes off the defender. And he does a really nice job finding open space and making a good gain before the stop is made. On 3rd and short, they'll try to pick it up on the ground here. They bring him down, and he's going to lose a yard on that one. The Nittany Lions will punt it away on 4th down. First punt of the day, and he'd love to lock them up close to their goal line. He'll get it out to about the 20-yard line, and that's where they'll mark him down. Here comes the Baylor offense back onto the field. They hope to be able to cash in on this drive, David, after having to punt it last time.
Yeah, and I think this offense needs to start it with the first play. You need to be successful and productive on that first play, and it gets you in less predictable situations.
No doubt, too. Don't you just feel like there's a little bit more sense of urgency on this drive? It just feels like they've got to be able to put some points up on the board here.
He lets one fly deep. He's got it down the left side. Off he goes. And he ran away from the defense to take it in. Touchdown, Baylor!
And it's not an accident. They're featuring this guy. His 2nd receiving touchdown of the game. That's your job as a coach. Find my playmakers, get them the ball so they can do damage and have games like this right here.
On to attempt the try. And the extra point is true, and they're on top by 7. You want to see quick strike ability? It was epitomized there. 2 plays, 80 yards, touchdown on the board. From inside his own 10, let's see what he gets. He was looking for some running room, but not much to be found as he stopped at the 18. The Nittany Lions going back to work on offense now. Off play action on 1st down. He wants to go deep. He's got it down the left. Afterburner's coming. Touchdown, Nittany Lions! And once he got loose, it was all over. Well, I'm not sure who was closer to the receiver there, the defensive backs or us here in the booth.
That was great execution on offense. Receiver wins the route one-on-one, shows off his speed, gets himself wide open. There there was no question where the quarterback was going with that one. Nice job.
Lining up to add another. Hit that one with some aggression for the point after. That one's going to get a little star marked beside it on the play sheet. One play, explosive, touchdown just like that. He'll bring it back from inside his 5. And the returner will be brought down. Baylor has it back, and here comes the Bear offense. The way this game started, you feel as if you have to score a touchdown every time you have it, and now we'll see if they can respond.
Yeah, and I wonder how much pressure that puts on the offense. Jesse, like, you know this is back and forth, and I got to score, and every possession matters so much. What does that do to you as a quarterback?
Well, it puts a lot more pressure on you for sure to feel like I got to make every third down throw. If guys are open vertically down the field, I got to hit them too. We can't let our serve get broken.
He will step out of bounds, but not before the big pickup and a first down for this offense. Wide receiver shows motion. Off the play fake on first down, wants to throw. Makes the catch along the sidelines and steps out of bounds. Now on second down. The play action fake. Short throw to the sideline, picks up just a little. And he'll step out of bounds after a very productive play. From the gun, he'll try to throw for it on third down. Got his man. He's got first down yardage across the 50. They'll mark it at the 49. The Bears have this offense rolling. Out of the gun, the running back has it. And a nice solid pickup there before the defense wrestles him to the ground. Halfway there on first down, it's 2nd and 5. He's looking to throw. Caught behind the line. It's Hodges. They're able to get him stopped just shy of the first down marker. Let's see what they do here on 3rd and short from the 41. Fast motion from the offense. Wants to throw on third down. Quick strike complete. Really confident throw and catch there. Big pickup, and they have a first down. And the Bears come to the line with a new set of downs. Movement here from the tight end. Off the play fake on first down to throw. He caught it. They will score. Touchdown Bears!
Have a day, young fella. I foresee some social media posts in his future. Not 1, not 2, but 3 receiving touchdowns on the day. What a ball game.
Lining up to tack one more onto that lead. And the extra point is true, and they're on top by 7. So a drive there of 85 yards. And they finish things up with a dart from 24 yards out. On the move from inside his 5. Didn't find any crease in that kickoff coverage, and he'll be stopped at the 17. Penn State sends the offense back onto the field. They torched this defense with an explosive passing play for a score last time out. Let's see if they go right back at him. He's brought down quickly. Minimal gain there, still a bit short of the first down. On second down, looking again to throw.
A nice job by the defense there tackling the catch and smothering the tight end. They know this offense is going to try to find him in the passing game in a lot of different situations. That time, perfect coverage, and nice job bringing the big guy down. Not easy to do.
Quarterback on the keeper. Nowhere to run on that one. He loses 4 on the carry. Couldn't get him blocked on that last one. Now it's 2nd and 14. He's looking to throw. That one never had a chance. Incomplete. They've got some work to do on this 3rd and long from the 40. Looking to throw, and he needs a bunch. They're trying to get to him. And he can't escape, and down he goes.
That is a gut punch if you're the offense because they're in dime personnel. They're only rushing 4 guys. You've got 5 offensive linemen. You've got the option of bringing other people in to help give your QB time. And this offense, not good enough.
The Nittany Lions will send out the punt unit. This will be the second time they've had to kick it away. Makes the catch at the 30. The solid return there offsets some of the punt yardage and really sets up this offense nicely. Here comes the Baylor offense back onto the field. They'll ride the running back and leave it with him. That's what you expect from a senior. Don't give them any extra yards. Great tackle there. Didn't get much on first down. It's 2nd and 9. Quickly complete. He's brought down. Solid pickup, but a little bit short of the first down. 3rd and short now from their own 48. To the ground to try to move the chains. Gives him a little shake, and he's got some room. He's run out of bounds, but a big play on that one, and it'll be a first down. Here's this offense with a fresh set of downs. To the ground. He's got it again. And he'll pick up a few yards before he's dragged down, and that'll be the end of the first quarter. That's the end of the quarter, and it's Baylor holding the edge. That was an entertaining first quarter. Fireworks all over the place, as will be indicated in our first quarter stats. Heading in the opposite directions now as we crank it up in the second. Got a little work done on first down, now back to the line. They'll try the run. They get him on the ground, but not before he gets enough for the first down. The Bears are moving quickly down the field. They go to the draw. Nowhere to run on that one. He loses 4 on the carry. 6th play of the drive coming up. Off the play fake. And that's going to fall to the ground incomplete. That was a physical matchup there. 3rd down coming. Looking to throw, and he needs a chunk play. Fires into traffic. It's picked off.
Well, I love the job by the coaching staff there defensively, matching the personnel of the offense, putting their dime package out on the field. So you bring out the extra defensive back, you're anticipating a pass, perfect timing to run that personnel, and you get the pick.
The Nittany Lions going back to work on offense now. They just didn't quite find the rhythm on that last drive, Jesse. They had to punt it.
I think they got to be more physical, David. I think up front they got to do a better job getting blocks and establishing this running game.
And how easy does football become if you're the more physical team? If you can threaten the run and then run play action, it opens up the whole offense at your disposal.
Nudges ahead for 1 out to the 16. Here on 3rd down, will they go back to the running game? From the gun, wants to pass. Quarterback extends the play. Going to try to get it himself. They finally get him on the ground, but not before he rips off enough for a first down. And the Nittany Lions have it with a 1st and 10. He's looking to throw it. Got rid of it in a hurry, but he couldn't find his man. It's incomplete. Now 2nd and 10. Out of the gun, the inside handoff to the running back. After the last run, would you just give it to him again on 3rd down? From the gun, wants to pass. Trying to get to him. Has no choice but to throw it away, and it'll bring up 4th down. The Nittany Lions will line up to punt it away. He will signal for the fair catch and take it just inside the 35. Baylor has it back, and here comes the Bear offense. After throwing the pick on the last drive, need to take care of the ball this time, Jesse. We're going to hit the gas, kid, wide open ahead. Defense caught out of position, and they get him down finally at the 38. Offense set on 1st down. He wants to throw. Finds the tight end. They make the stop right there. Good pickup, but still short of the first down. Completion a little short of the sticks. It's second down. He's looking to throw. Pressure coming. Time running out, and he goes down at the 34.
I personally love aggressive defense. I love it. Bringing the strong safety down, blitzing that sucker in there to get the quarterback. Boom. Get that guy on the ground. Nice aggressive play call by the defense.
Third down following the sack by the D. Motion from the offense. Off the boot, looking for his man. Catch in the middle, it's Mayer. And he was loose and in the open field and on his way. A tremendous pickup on that one. To the air on first down. Got it! Oh, and he thought he might be able to wiggle his way into the end zone, but they knock him down at the 3. Second down coming up on this red zone opportunity. He wants it all. And makes the grab in the end zone. Touchdown, Baylor! Effective offense leading the way here and establishing this lead.
And that's how you draw it up, right? You want to come out, be clicking early, get everything going, want to get all the facets rolling. The defense right now on their heels, they have no answers. The offense doing whatever they want.
They'll try to add another to their lead. And the extra point will tack another one onto this lead. So that scoring drive took only 6 plays. And they finish it up with a 3-yard scoring toss. And he's going to bring it out. Didn't find any crease in that kickoff coverage, and he'll be stopped at the 17. Penn State sends the offense back onto the field. This is when the pressure can ramp up a little bit on an offense, David, when they start feeling the heat to answer a score.
And I think being down 14, you can kind of feel that way. But, dude, if you put a good drive together, this is a 7-point game, so Palmer, no need to panic.
I was just going to say, David, I mean, this thing can flip quick. You go down, score, all of a sudden your defense gets a stop, or who knows, better yet, gets a turnover. This game is entirely different.
Out of the gun to give to the back. Finds enough room to get 3 out to the 34. Got 3 on first down. It's 2nd and 7. He'll pull it on the read. Really nice stop there from this senior leader. How bold will they be on third down after that last run? From the gun, wants to pass. Feeling some heat. Forced to just throw it away on third down, and now they face 4th. The Nittany Lions will bring the punt team onto the field. Waves the arm for the fair catch, and the catch is made close to the 30-yard line. Here comes the Baylor offense back onto the field. The give to the running back from the shotgun. He's got a yard out to the 30-yard line. Didn't get much on first down. It's 2nd and 9. From the gun, the ground game. Just working and poking and prodding and finding his way up to the 36. Bunch formation for these receivers. They'll try to pick up the first through the air. Finds his tight end. Wrestled to the ground after picking up the first down. And the Bears have it with a 1st and 10. They'll put the tight end in motion. Off the play fake on first down to throw. Fires to the right. Makes the grab. Oh, what a big play for this offense as they get it to the 33-yard line. Looking to go up top on first down. He makes a catch. He knew exactly where he wanted to go with that one, and they've got enough for the first down. The Bears have moved it inside the 20. Wide receiver coming across in motion. Tackled almost immediately. They're well short of the first down. And here comes the offense on second down. From the gun, running back on the move. Got some room, headed to the goal line. Touchdown, Bears! And they take it in for 6 more points. Follow the blocker. The offensive line will take you to the hallelujah land.
And I tell you what, most of the time, Reese, it requires a little bit of skill to find that hole and slither through a little crack. That was not a crack. That was wide open. Didn't take a lot of vision because the blocking was outstanding.
Ready to try the point after. And they split the uprights on the extra point. They're up 35-14. About to kick it off after punching it in for the touchdown. On the run from inside his own 5. Just never had a chance to shake loose, and he'll be brought down at the 24. The Nittany Lions going back to work on offense now. They're down by 21 points, but you get a touchdown here, and you do at least apply a little game pressure, Jesse.
It's true. I think for them to get back in this one at this point now, they need the quarterback to play his best football. He's going to have to be good really pre-snap, David, making sure they're in the right looks, and he's got to be really good with his decision-making.
He's got to be dialed in because defensively you're giving up points. So it's not like you have the luxury of your defense playing great. The offense is going to have to score and score pretty dang quickly.
Grab near the marker. It's straight. He's got enough for the first down. They'll spot it at the 37. They'll run this play from the pistol. Running to the left. Not much working there. It'll be 2nd and 9. Stuck with a running game on first down. Now here they come again. Wants to fire on 2nd down. Quickly to the tight end. And he goes out of bounds after a nice pickup on that one. 4 punts already, and they've got to convert here to avoid a 5th. At the 45 on its way. Big play for this offense as they get it to the 32. The Nittany Lions headed quickly to the line.
And that is such great execution by this offense. 3rd down and 2. They know you're running the football, but they were physical. Great job creating a little bit of space. Not only do you get the first down, you chew up a bunch more yards, too. Nice execution by this offense.
They'll get him on the ground after a pickup of 3 to the 28. The give to the back. They'll give him 1 to the 28-yard line. Defense getting stingier in their own end of the field. It's 3rd and long from the 28. Throws toward the end zone. And good coverage there to knock it away and deny the score. And for the 2nd time tonight, they'll trot out the field goal kicker. It's good. They were able to get a field goal on the board, and now they'll kick it away. And he takes this from inside the 5. Didn't find any crease in that kickoff coverage, and he'll be stopped at the 17. Baylor has it back, and here comes the Bear offense. This has been exactly the way you draw things up, David. The offense has really been moving the football.
And it's been great execution. They've done exactly what they wanted to do. Build the lead. Now Palmer's a different animal. Now you got to protect him.
You can tell they were paying attention in practice this week in the film room because they have gone out, everybody right now on the same page.
Now on first down from the 30. Use the play fake, now to throw. And the quarterback is snowed under. This dude is wreaking havoc, flying around on defense, spoiling game plans, and upholding the great legacy of Penn State linebackers.
There's just not very many teams in the country that when you say linebackers, you think of Micah Parsons and Navarro Bowman and LeVar Arrington. I mean, the list goes on and on. They just find guys like this that are special, that can do special things.
Trying play action. They're working that left side.
Well, this defense is being challenged in this secondary in particular. And I know a DB made the tackle there, but we're only in the second quarter. And already, this quarterback has over 200 yards passing.
Fires to the right. He's got it. Oh, and the defense in chase mode, and they finally get him down at the 35.
And that's why this guy's a complete running back. He's good between the tackles, he can pass block, but he can also run routes. And we're not just talking about screens or swing routes. This guy gets vertical down the field, and he can run the route tree.
They make the stop after the catch, and still some work to do to pick up that first down. Here comes the offense on second down. Off the bootleg, looking to fire. Flips it out to the back. Makes the catch and knocked down. And the defense had that one well covered, just a short gain there. Here comes third and short from the 27. This defense trying to make them settle for a field goal. And boy, is he close to that first down, maybe just a couple of inches short. And they'll send out the field goal unit. And he'll need a little distance and accuracy, a 42-yarder from the left hash. Never a doubt. Right down the middle. And now the lead is even bigger.
Well, you're always going to wonder what woulda, coulda, shoulda happened on 4th and inches had they gone for it. But with this kicker, I like taking 3 points and putting it on the board.
That lead just keeps getting fatter, and this kickoff team doing a little running. Here he comes from inside his own 5. Just never had a chance to shake loose, and he'll be brought down at the 24. Penn State sends the offense back onto the field. Trailing by 3 touchdowns. If you're going to get back in it, David, the time to start is right now.
Got to start now. Defense giving up points on that last possession. Again, the offense is going to have to score, and Jesse probably score pretty quick.
Yeah, you got to go tempo. You're going to have to try to fit in as many plays as you can throughout the rest of this game. But I think more than that, you got to eliminate the negative plays. No more penalties and no more turnovers.
The Nittany Lions want to crank the tempo.
There's got to be a sense of urgency for this offense right now. They're trailing. They're going to be kicking off to open the second half. So they need points. They need to go tempo. Maybe that last first down gets them a little bit of confidence.
Right down the middle. Got his man downfield. Ripping through the defense and getting it all the way down to the 24-yard line. And the Nittany Lions will line it up on 1st and 10. Looking to move it through the air. How about that play to get a hand in there and force the incompletion? Line getting set on second down. Couldn't connect on first down, now back to the air. Floating away. And he scoots his way to the first down and then slides to avoid the hit. The Nittany Lions are threatening in the red zone. Trying to find his man on first down. Fires to the end zone. And that one's way too far for everybody. Going to work on second down in the red zone is still some ground to cover to pick up that first down. He is stopped behind the line of scrimmage. They'll lose yards on that one. They'd love to pick up this third down and get a fresh set with 1st and goal. Into the end zone. And it's caught! Touchdown, Penn State!
Man, nice job getting the passing game going. This is big, man. Going into the half, and listen, I know you're trailing, but building some momentum. Maybe this second half we can keep airing the football out, cutting into this deficit, and who knows what the heck will happen.
They'll try to tack one more on their score. And it's up and good. So a well-executed 8-play, 75-yard drive. And the score comes on a 12-yard touchdown pass. He'll start the return inside his 5. He was looking for some running room, but not much to be found as he stopped at the 18. Here comes the Baylor offense back onto the field. They'll crank up this drive with the pass. And the physical play there forces the incompletion on first down. After the quarterback and receiver failed to hook up, they'll try it again on second down. Wide open downfield. They'll immediately call timeout. If you like the stats, and I know you do, he's over 400 yards passing now.
Yeah, if they win this game, he's getting a game ball. There's no doubt about it. This guy has been on fire from the very start of this football game. He's been throwing bullets all over the field.
Nice pickup there. Gets him the first down and sets him up at the 45-yard line. Timeout called by the offense, and now they just have one remaining in the half. Now a first down from the 45-yard line. Oh, he's ready to take a shot. Hits him in stride inside the 10. Touchdown, Baylor! And they add 6 more to the board with that trip to the house.
How about the day for this young fella? That's a 4-game stretch. Nope, 4 touchdowns in 1 game. He has been the focal point of this offense, and he has not disappointed.
Lining up to tack one more onto that lead. The kick is up and good and put one more on the lead. They got the late touchdown on the board, now about to kick it away and hoping the defense can keep them from answering. He'll bring it back from inside his 5. Nice job executing all of the assignments as they put a stop to that return at the 22. The Nittany Lions going back to work on offense now. He'll come out throwing on first down. Makes the grab outside. It's straight. And he'll step across the sidelines after making a good gain on that one. Power football with the run. They finally make the stop, but the big run is plenty to move those sticks for the first down. A timeout is called as this offense tries to find a way to get more points on the board before the half. That one will be incomplete, and we are down to 10 seconds to go. Time dwindling away as they try to put points on the board right before the half. On second down, they'll take to the air. Gets it out quickly. That's what you expect from a senior. Don't give them any extra yards. Great tackle there. They'll use a timeout right before halftime. Maybe time for 1 or 2 more plays. On third and long, he's going to have to throw for it. Intercepted. Going the other way, and he's got room. And he'll be brought down, and that's how we'll end the first half. We've played 2 quarters here. Time to go to Kevin Connors in our halftime update.
All right, guys, a delightful first 2 quarters of football there today in Vegas. Toughest job inside that stadium right now might just be the scoreboard operator after all those first downs and touchdowns. Big plays have defined this one, thanks to 2 of the best receiving corps in all of college football. Let's see if these defenses can adjust and make the necessary chess moves. And with that, let's send it back to the fellas inside Allegiant Stadium.
Just about set for the second half kickoff. Looking for an alley from inside his own 10. And they'll bring him down to get the offense started on the next drive. A little bit backed up to start this drive from their own 18-yard line. They'll open the second half on the ground. They'll knock him down after a pickup of 1 to the 18. Didn't get much on first down. It's 2nd and 9. He's looking to throw. Quickly out to the tight end. And the defense settled in to stop that one for a short gain. They'll need to convert this third down from their own 22 to get this drive jump-started. Off the bootleg and rolling out. And he's all bottled up, and now it's worse. The ball's loose. Oh, look what I found. The offense keeps it.
Doesn't it always seem like that ball is on the ground for like 30 seconds? You got 17 guys running at it in slow motion. Like, I got to get the football. Offense, very lucky to get that football back.
And the Bears send out the punt unit. Doesn't say much for your drive when you're looking forward to the punt. Playing the field position game as he makes the fair catch right at the 50. Penn State sends the offense back onto the field. One of the most valuable things a quarterback can have, David, short-term memory. Just forget that last pick.
You're dang right. Clear the mechanism. It's over, move it behind you. Some players can't do that real well, and it leads to more mistakes, Jesse. You got to just forget about it and move on.
And I think the coaching staff can help him too, David. I think you can get the running game going here and also give him some easy throws.
Nice stiff arm there, but the defense still able to stop him for a short gain. Third down, and this offense is already in a world of trouble. They could really use a conversion, not to mention multiple scores. They'll finally get him on the ground, but not before he makes it to the 30 and gets a first down. After the run, now to throw. Complete with conviction on the crosser. They make the stop, but this passing game does some damage, and they move the sticks with the first down. They pick up half of it. It'll be 2nd and 5. Going to work in the red zone, they can't pick up the first down without getting it into the end zone. The receivers often will run their route based on a side adjustment. Give him about a yard on the play. It's down at the 10. Really need to pick up this conversion and avoid having to settle for the field goal. From the gun on third down. Makes the catch. He'll be stopped just short of the end zone, but they'll have it 1st and goal. The big fellas coming out in the goal line defense. And he takes it in for the score. Touchdown, Nittany Lions. Oh, the offense shows some life here and cuts into the lead with that score.
And, man, they needed it. They had to have something to go right. Listen, still down, but this is a great start to getting back in this ballgame.
PAT unit on the field. Smashes it through for the PAT. So a drive that started just beyond midfield, only 49 yards, and finished the deal with the short touchdown run from the 2. On the move from inside his 5. Nice job by the kickoff team. Everybody stayed in their lanes, and they'll stop him at the 16. Baylor has it back, and here comes the Bear offense. After giving up that last touchdown, they've still got the lead, but now feeling a little bit of pressure to answer with one of their own, David.
And it gets a little bit tight. Listen, we're getting later in the ball game. This offense punted last time. They got to find a few plays, Palmer, that they really love here. Steal some momentum back in this ball game.
They do, David, and after watching their defense just get gashed down the field that last drive, the dream drive for this offense would be to matriculate the ball down the field, eat up some clock, and finish it off with a touchdown.
They go to the ground. He'll push his way out to the 30, a pickup of 3. After the 3-yard pickup, they come to the line 2nd and 7. Got it in the middle. It's Hodges. He almost picked up the first down on that one, but he'll be just a little bit short. Looking to throw for it. Using the quick game. They'll move the chains after he gets it to the 43-yard line. The Bears have their offense in high gear. Wants to throw on first down. He's right on target. He's just winning that matchup in the slot every time.
And when you put him in the slot, Reese, he's closer to the quarterback. It's an easier throw. We can run in, we can run out, and really take advantage of his versatility of the guy in that slot position.
They'll throw it to the back on the screen. And it's pretty obvious there was a big hole in that screen, and the defense ran right through it. On 3rd and long, try to convert through the air. They make the stop, but this running game moves the chains as they get the first down. And the Bears come to the line with a fresh set of downs. Grabbed in the middle, it's Mayer. They make the stop, but not before they do their work up top and pick up a first down. Here's this offense with a fresh set of downs. Wide receiver now comes in motion. Nice, solid form tackle from this sophomore. Long drive continues as the offense keeps working the ball down the field. Handoff from the shotgun. Strong run, picks up 6 down to the 22-yard line. Ball's at the 22. 3rd and short coming. Can the defense force him to settle for a field goal? With jet sweep pass. He didn't get it. Not only that, he lost yardage. And here comes the field goal unit for the 2nd time tonight. He'll try to put up the 3 ball from 43 yards away. Never a doubt. And that will extend their lead even further. They keep pushing that lead out, and the kickoff team's getting some work. On the run from inside his own 5. Not a lot of space to be found. Good hustle by the coverage team, and they stop him at the 21. The Nittany Lions going back to work on offense now. He wants to start this drive with a pass. Snagged in the middle. It's straight. Makes the grab, and he's dragged down. Picked up some yardage with that completion, now 2nd down. Here's the handoff. Get him on the ground after a 4-yard run out to the 31. Wow, this offense is just stuck in the mud. They've already punted 4 times, and it's 3rd down now. They bring him down, and he's going to lose a yard on that one. The Nittany Lions decide to punt it away. They've been busy out there to punt for the 5th time today. Yet another punt on the way. Got to make sure that hamstring stays loose. He's been busy. And the coverage team able to wrestle him down. First down here for the offense. Use the play fake. Now to throw. Fires to the middle. Got his man. And he's knocked down immediately, but not before he moves the chains. Leaves it with the running back. And he's a real nowhere man tackled in this no-gain land. Got stuffed on first down. It's 2nd and 10. He's looking to throw. Firing to the right, complete. He's there to make the stop, and they threw it in reverse, losing yardage on that play. They line up with some serious work to do if they want to convert this one. Throws to the wideout. Complete to the left. Chopping up this defense, and they've got it all the way down to the 23.
Well, I think on that play you saw why this guy's such a big weapon in this offense. At receiver, he does such a nice job with his routes. He's patient, and he's consistent, and he's got good hands. You don't see him put a lot of balls on the ground. Nice job there picking up the first down.
And this junior loves to show off that big arm. They're going to run it. A run up the middle is stuffed for no gain. It'll be 2nd down, and remember, they can pick up a first without scoring. Looking to throw on 2nd down. Makes the grab down the middle. That completion gets them inside the 10, and the defense is running out of room to defend. Wide out in motion. Off the bootleg, wants to toss it. Getting some heat. So close to that end zone. He could almost taste it, but it'll be first and goal for this offense. Defense is backed up. Shadow of the goalpost trying to defend their own end zone. Touchdown Bears! And the pummeling has started.
This defense is going to have to do a better job being physical. That's 2 rushing touchdowns they've now allowed. They have got to be better close to the line of scrimmage.
They'll try to add another to their lead. And with the extra point, they push the lead out a little further. Lining up to cover the kick after that touchdown drive. And he takes this from inside the 5. Nice job executing all of the assignments as they put a stop to that return at the 22. Penn State sends the offense back onto the field. They face a pretty tall mountain here, Jesse, down 24, but if they're going to climb it, this is a good time to start.
Sense of urgency's got to be big right here. You just get the feeling at this point of the game, David, they've got to score on this drive. Obviously, their defense needs to get stops, but at this point, offensively, they've got to execute much better.
They got to be super aggressive. Down 24, you're going to need 3 touchdowns, 3 two-point conversions, everything to kind of go your way. So fast and throwing the football.
They'll run the option. Now the toss. And he finds some solid space, makes a nice game before the defense is able to stop him. And this offense is desperate to keep this drive alive, trailing by multiple possessions, and it's getting late. Caught in the backfield, it's Drake. They convert on 3rd down as he gets it to the 46-yard line. The Nittany Lions are moving quickly down the field. Gets it out fast. At the 35, he's open. And you can see the offense just feeling itself. They've got it down to the 21.
And as a defense, how scary is it having to defend this guy? He's one of the fastest players in America, and you saw it on that last play. It's not necessarily throwing him the ball over your head. They just get it to him quickly. The hard part now is running and tackling that guy. Not easy to do.
That last incompletion leaves them with 2nd and 10 from the 21. They'll pick up 5. It'll be 3rd and 5. The Nittany Lions have pushed it inside the 20. In the gun and looking to throw on 3rd down. And good coverage and better hands by the defender to knock it down in the end zone. And they'll send out the field goal unit. And he'll try to knock it through from 33 yards out. It is good. After that last field goal drive, they're set to kick it away. Here he comes from inside his own 5. Nice job by the kickoff team. Everybody stayed in their lanes, and they'll stop him at the 16. Here comes the Baylor offense back onto the field. They unleashed an aerial assault last time that took them right to the end zone, David.
So, Reese, with that drive, I think you've accomplished something you wanted to accomplish. You make this defense think. You put them back on their heels. Now, shoot, Palmer, you might be able to slip a few runs in on this drive to root.
And the quarterback caught up to and sacked at the 12.
Man, Penn State is known for its defense, right? Tough, physical, they can stop the run, and they can get after the quarterback, and they do it from the linebacker position. You think about the legacy this school has had at that spot. This guy right here, he fits into exactly what they want a linebacker to be, and the ability to get after the QB is a big part of it.
On 3rd and long, you'll need to push it downfield. Using the back as a receiver on the screen. Defense was not fooled by that screen to the back, and they'll stop him short of the marker. It'll be a 4th down. The Bears will call on their punt team. pass. Looking everywhere for room to run, but really good coverage, and he'll step out of bounds. They'll throw it on first down. Floats it out in space. Stopped after making the catch. After that last completion, it's second down. They're going to run it. They bring him down, and he's going to lose a yard on that one. Third down conversions are a huge stat, and this one would be a doozy if they can pull it off. It's complete. Finally run out of bounds, but he has his offense rolling with a first down. And the Nittany Lions moving quickly to the line. And on that last play, he's now over 400 yards passing.
Well, Reese, if you're going to throw for over 400 bills, you got to spread the praise around. Up front, they've done an outstanding job protecting this quarterback, and his receivers have been winning one-on-one.
Broken up, incomplete, and nearly intercepted in the end zone. It'll be second down. Now the play fake. Extending the play. The quarterback bought as much time as he could, but the defense got to him and sacked him.
That's one of the reasons I love this linebacker, man. He can rush the passer. He does a great job timing his blitz, and with that speed, he's able to get home quickly.
A little less room to work with now as the ball's at the 28, and it's third and long. Looking downfield, and he needs a bunch. They're setting up the screen. They play that screen nicely. He tried to find his way to the marker, but it'll be fourth down. They'll send out the kicker to try to salvage this drive. It is true as he puts 3 on the board. So they were able to put up a 3 spot on that last drive, and now the kickoff team out there as they prepare to put boot to leather. From inside his own 10, he'll try to help out their field position. He was looking for some running room, but not much to be found as he stopped at the 18. From the gun, the running back has it. May not be the most memorable play of the day, but it's important as he gets him out to the 25-yard line. Quick touch pass to the receiver. Tackle is made, but not until he gets the first down. As they get set to snap it, time winding down here in the quarter. Quick release on the RPO. And brought down, looks as if that's how we'll end the third. That's the end of the quarter, and it's Baylor holding the edge. And they are starting to pull away as we come to the end of the third quarter. Let's take a look at how we got here. As we start the fourth quarter, it'll take a pretty sizable comeback to win this one. And now on second down for this offense. From the gun, they'll try to impose their running game. Found a little space, and he's got 4 to the 35. These are the types of plays where offenses impose their will. Third and short from the 45. Got his man quickly. And he was just a couple of steps away from taking that one even further after the catch. And the Bears are rolling down the field. Making sure they have good balance, keeping it on the ground.
And it's just simple. Simple first down run, showing your physicality, setting your offense up in a good spot.
He'll keep it himself. And he's tripped up, but not before picking up the first down. The Bears come to the line with a new set of downs. From the shotgun, they'll run it. Brought down at the 21-yard line, a 15-yard pickup, and they are in prime position to get points now. They'll give it to him again. They make the stop after a pickup of 3 just inside the red zone at the 19. Got 3 on first down at 2nd and 7. softened him up with a run, and now to throw. Fires to the tight end. And that was some kind of collision between a couple of big bodies there, and he stopped from getting the first down. On 3rd and short, they'll try to throw for it. Finds his target down the middle. Stopped at the 3, but it'll be enough to give them a 1st and goal. Wide receiver shows motion. Quick pass on the jet motion. And he gets it back to the 4-yard line and no farther. They'll give it another shot on 2nd and goal from the 4. He'll do it himself. Running through contact. Touchdown, Baylor! And the stomping has commenced. Offense gets the job done again. You want to build that cushion as we get deeper into the 2nd half.
Man, it makes it easy, doesn't it? You start getting up by a couple possessions, making the offense very predictable on the other side. Great job by the offense extending their lead.
Lining up to tack one more onto that lead. And the extra point will tack another one onto this lead. Precise, relentless execution on that 13-play scoring drive. And they finished it off with a score from the 4. He'll start the return inside his 5. Really disciplined job by the coverage unit to get down there and make the stop at the 19. The Nittany Lions going back to work on offense now. They'll come out on this drive and let it rip. Under heat, and he gets rid of it. Couldn't find anybody to throw to. He'll just toss it away. It'll be 2nd down. Couldn't make the connection last time. Let's see if they throw it again. Excellent coverage and good use of the hands to knock it away. Now on 3rd and 10, if they can move the chains here, maybe they can get this drive started. Pulls it in. It's straight. A little more space. Open up that playbook even more as they pick up the 1st down out to the 30. Looking to throw it again. Makes the pass. He's got it. Brought down at the 45 after a 15-yard pickup. The offense getting set for a 1st down from the 45. He's going to pass. Fires to the wideout. It's caught. He's run out of bounds, but not before turning in a big pickup and moving the sticks for a 1st down. He's looking to throw it. Coming after him. And this sophomore able to wreak some havoc and get the sack.
You know, it doesn't matter how talented you are as a quarterback, how accurate you are, how athletic you are. If you're on your back most of the day, it's going to be very hard to win the game. That's been the case for this guy here today. He's been under pressure. He hasn't been in rhythm. He's thrown an interception. This has just not gone his way.
They gave up the sack on 1st down. Now it's 2nd and 11. He's looking to throw. Slings it. Reacted well to the tip, but just couldn't squeeze the football. Instead of the turnover, it'll be 3rd down. Looking to throw. A shot toward the end zone. And he's got it! Touchdown, Penn State!
It's hard for a defense to have to cover so much space. When the offense goes empty, you get receivers and tight ends and running backs lined up out wide. You've got to expand, and it's harder to cover on the back end.
Now they'll line up for what they hope is automatic. Bangs it through for an extra point. They put together an 81-yard drive, and the score comes on a pass from 40 yards out. He'll bring it back from inside his 5. Nice job by the kickoff team. Everybody stayed in their lanes, and they'll stop him at the 16. Baylor has it back, and here comes the Bear offense. They move the tight end all over. Leaves it with the back. They knock him down, but not before he gets it out to the 21-yard line. Pick up a 4. Solid pick up of 4 on 1st down. It's 2nd and 6. They'll give it to the back. Brought down at the 31 after a pickup of 10 yards on that one. Here comes the offense on first down. Running back searching for a hole. That play won't make the highlight reel except in the coaches' meetings as he works his way to the 39. Out of the shotgun, they go to the ground. Really nice stop there from this senior leader. Lining up, trying to convert this 3rd and short from the 40. They'll try to run for it. Turns it on in midfield. Now they're starting to feel it. They've got a first down at the 44. And the Bears are flying down the field. The give to the single back. Didn't get much on first down. It's 2nd and 9. He leaves it with his back. And just wedges it ahead a bit before he's brought down. This will be the 7th play of the drive, and they need to convert 3rd and 6. Quick strike complete. And this one will be stopped for no gain. The Bears will try to pin them back with the punt. Let's see if he can help the coverage team out with this one. Making sure there's no return on that one as the punt sails out of bounds. Penn State sends the offense back onto the field. Man, what a drive last time for the touchdown. That passing attack was lethal, David.
Yeah, and you know, you hear all these stupid commentators like me and Jesse talking about create balance, run and pass. No, when you throw that good, spin the ball around.
So the defense has to find a way to affect the quarterback on this drive because last drive he had way too much time.
The Nittany Lions in the hurry-up. Takes it from the gun on 3rd down. He hurls one deep down the left side. And they can't hook up on the big play, and that brings up a 4th down. No sign of the punt team as they will go for it and try to move those chains. Unloads to the wideout. Makes a connection. Gets it to the 42-yard line, and that's a 1st down.
That's a great example of the receiver knowing exactly where the first down marker is. He got the depth he needed to get, so once he was able to make the catch, he already knew he had it, and now a fresh set of downs.
The Nittany Lions will snap it on 1st and 10. And at this point, the defense looks as if they've been in one of those dizzy bat races. They've got no idea where the ball's coming from. He's over 500 yards passing.
Yeah, this is a Heisman Trophy level performance from this guy. The accuracy, the decision-making, the athleticism, everything has been on display.
Throws to the wideout. A strike downfield. Works his way to the 4-yard line, and they'll have it 1st and goal. The offense threatening, close to the end zone now with a new set of downs. From the gun, he'll try to throw. They're bringing heat. He just wisely got rid of that one. The worst thing that can happen to you is to turn it over on 1st down in the red zone. They keep attacking through the air. Takes the easy completion. And they'll come to the line and try to draw a little bit closer on 3rd and goal. From the gun, wants to pass. Pocket starts to collapse. He'll just throw it away, and it'll be 4th down. No signs of any kind of kickers. They'll leave the offense out there to try to move those chains. Looking to scramble. Touchdown, Nittany Lions! And they take it in for 6 more points.
I mean, 4th and goal, and what does he do? He makes plays. This is why quarterbacks with this kind of athletic ability are so hard to stop. Big-time money down on 4th down, and the quarterback makes the play.
He'll try to tack on one more. Splits those uprights right in half. So it's a 77-yard touchdown drive. They are running out of time here. They need to get the ball back, and they'll line up for the onside kick. And a few anxious moments, but the hands team is able to fall on it. Defense trying to keep this offense from getting a line on who to block. First down here with time for maybe one more play until the 2-minute warning. They'll keep it on the ground. They want this clock to move. And they're able to shove him to the turf as they stop him for a short gain. They'll be perfectly content to go right back to the ground here on 2nd and 8. He's dropped behind the line of scrimmage. That'll be a loss of 3. Timeout called there by the defense, desperate to get the ball back and save as much time as possible. They'll run it from the gun. And he's not going to make it. The defense denying him the first down. Quick timeout called by the defense, stopping the clock to save as much time as possible for their offense. 4th down, and the punt team sends it the other way. And it'll be down right there. They're backed up, 1st and 10 from inside their own 5. Let's see if they can create some space. From his end zone, he'll go up top. Just a short pass to the tight end. They stop him almost immediately. Short gain there, and still a little ground cover to pick up the first. He wants to throw here on 2nd down. Got it in the middle, it's Bannon. And they'll finally get him down after a terrific pickup. Offense rushing to the line of scrimmage. Clock is stopped for the 1st down. They'll try to get it off quickly. He wants to throw. He looks that one in nicely. They'll hurry to the line with the clock still running.
I think in this situation, 2 minutes, trailing late, I think you got to be throwing to the sticks every time. I don't know if these short completions are going to get it done. You're just not going to have enough time to get down the field. So from a play calling standpoint, I think you want to think about being a little bit more aggressive.
He will step out of bounds, but not before the big pickup and a 1st down for this offense. Got the back over the middle.
And you see so many smart wide receivers, so many smart tight ends nowadays that they know where the holes in those zones are, and they work with their quarterback, and they find them, and they sit down in them and make big plays. It's tough to sit back in zone against such smart players nowadays.
He's looking to throw on 3rd and short. Lets it fly. A beautifully placed ball to the outside, and the toe drag for the big pickup.
Well, that's exactly why you practice these 2-minute situations. The quarterback knew exactly where to go. He's trying to work the sidelines, save some clock. Great route by the receiver getting open, making the catch, getting out of bounds. And this drive is off to a pretty good start.
Just gets rid of the football. Nobody to throw it to. It'll be 2nd down. Couldn't make the connection last time. Let's see if they throw it again. On 2nd down, he'll let it fly. They're trying to get to it. Couldn't find anyone open here, and he'll live to fight another play. It'll be 3rd down. If they can convert here, that type of play can really give you a shot of momentum. On the move, he fires. Got him downfield. Timeout is called by the offense. They have 14 seconds left. Down in the 4th quarter, it's too late for empty possessions. They'll go for it on 4th down. And he's got it. Late touchdown here, but it would take a miracle of Lazarus-like proportions to come back now.
It's not over yet. There's still a little bit of time on the clock. Obviously, that score gives you a chance, but man, oh man, do you need some miracles to happen some way to get this football back and do some damage with it.
They'll go for 2 here and try to climb within a field goal late. Snap in the shotgun. Quarterback moving. Strong, firm tackle. Here's the situation. First, they have to recover the onside kick, then maybe time for a play or 2. Few anxious moments there, but the hands team true to its name as they make the grab and get the ball. Running out the clock seems to be a mere formality here as they are ready to snap it in victory formation. And the quarterback takes a knee. Well, points weren't the issue, guys, but they couldn't string together enough stops to get the victory.
Yeah, good news, bad news scenario, I guess. Good news is you're going to score. This offense looks like they can be explosive and they can light up the scoreboard. Bad news, though, David, they've got a lot to clean up on the defensive side of the ball.
Yeah, and welcome to college football nowadays, right? This is how it works, a ton of points. Defenses learn as you go, but you got to get better. You got to force some turnovers, create those negative plays. Just can't give up so many points.
So that's going to do it for us. For Jesse Palmer, David Pollack, I'm Reese Davis saying so long. This has been another presentation of EA Sports College Football.